Okay.
Again, sorry guys, we starting soon. One speaker has some problems with the technique. It's not very problematic. Give us some minutes and we are back again.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome back. Gregory Engels says, "That's why I'm with pirates." In my opinion, the Pirate Party is the only one that consistently addresses the issues that really affect people and will affect them even more in the future. All the other parties completely fail to recognize the dimension of the challenge of the digital transformation and act with proposals that completely miss the point and come across as antiquated. For example, Article 13, broadcasting times for the internet, etc., etc. This is what I want to achieve. I want Europe to sell itself better again, to put European citizens at the center and to curb the influence of lobbyists. This empowers me. As an entrepreneur and self-employed multi-project manager, I'm used to working on many complex challenges at the same time. In doing so, most of my projects are international in scope, with many stakeholders from many countries. This is one of the reasons why I have been the representative for international cooperation of the Pirate Party since 2009. Digital sovereignty in Russia. I will give an update to last year.
Gregory, du darfst gleich. Ich mache nur eine ganz kurze Ansage und dann starte bitte.
Du sagst mir an, wann. Jetzt?
You are now unmuted.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So, good morning or afternoon already. Not afternoon. It's before noon. So, good morning. So this is the second day, and I hope you slept well and everything. I haven't. I was busy putting up posters on street lamps, as in my city we have the election campaign kickoff of the hot phase, and we're allowed to put up posters in the street. And so I was out in the night hanging out my portraits, posters with my face on it on street lamps. Okay, so I am a politician from a Pirate Party Germany, I'm a founding co-chairman and current vice chair of Pirate Parts International. I'm a IT entrepreneur, and I forgot to change that. I have been member of City Council Nova for 10 years, and now I'm member of the Foreigners Council in Offenbach. And I'm with Pirate Party since 2009. And I've been born actually in Moscow. So this is something that allows me to speak and read Russian clearly. And that's why I thought it would be good for you to hear about or to talk about the digital sovereignty in Russia and net blockings in Russia. And I had this talk mostly, well, parts of it I had last year already. But since then, some things have changed, and the direction we're going to is clearly now, and it's much more rapidly. So let's talk about that. So I heard I have a lot of time, so I try to manage to fit into that time. So it will be actually easy. So we have to let's revive the net blockings. So in Russia, we have from the 1st of November of 2012, we have a start of the Roskomnadzor. This is a complicated abbreviation and means Russian Committee on Oversight. And on the same date, activists have started Roskomsvoboda, Russian Committee on Freedom. You heard the word Svoboda probably. So these are two organizations that one of them is a state one. This is the logo with this double-headed eagle on the right. So this is a committee that basically decides what pages are to be blocked. And there are several laws guarding that information, and of course you can imagine some of them are pretty easy, pretty obvious. Stuff containing like kiddie porn is obviously to be blocked, but also since then the law in Russia is not that entirely precise what is and what not can be blocked. So basically they say harmful material have to be blocked, and nowadays there are like 12 different legal avenues for that someone can say a website has to be blocked. So it's Roskomnadzor is responsible for the major part of it, but they're also like the State Committee on Protection of Youth, the one that's also like do the ratings for movies and stuff. So they can also issue orders, and there's also the people who are responsible for consumer protection and gating against counterfeit materials, and there's like a lot of them. And the consequence is that a lot of blockings are being done without legal ground. Because if you want to block a website, there are several ways to do it, but quite often they just go for IP of the server and says issue an order in a catalog of blocked websites, and all the Russian ISPs have to follow and block this website. And the problem is there are still, since IP addresses are scarce, IPv4 addresses are scarce, as you know, and so there are some cases, or a lot of cases actually, where one single IP address can host multiple of websites. And the result of that is if Roskomnadzor says we want to block IP address, quite often it's an IP address, for example, a DreamHost is a hoster in California. They use that model. They have like about hundreds of websites on every IP address. Then you get 100 websites blocked, and they don't tell people why they get blocked or even at all. They say they sent an email to the hoster and saying, okay, we are going to block this IP address, and then it's your job to like move all the customers out of this IP address. And the result of that, like the Roskomnadzor is an NGO who monitors these blocking operations. And these blocking operations like look into that list that's available to ISP and make statistics about it. And according to the statistics of Roskomnadzor, 98% of blocking do not have any legal grounds. So like the website operator, the website owner have not actually broke any law. And the operator is responsible for enforce the blockings. And here, I'm sorry for this from last year slide. It says Court of Human Rights is pending. This is not true case anymore. Last year we actually won that was 2 years ago, in the end of 2019. We have won one case at the European Court of Human Rights where the Roskomnadzor itself had been blocked back in 2015. And they've been blocked because we had a website on how to circumvent the net blockings by using alternative DNS or by using proxy servers and by using VPNs. We have not offered any of these services itself, but one local court has argued that we were actually circumventing the blockings, and all appellation cases just been dismissed without really following them. So in the end, the European Court of Human Rights judged that the Russian legislation on net blockings is unclear in regard of what exactly can be blocked and cannot be blocked, and would let it be more of a game of chance, and you can and make the law unpredictable. And as such, it's not compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights that Russia have signed, and said that the Russian Federation needs to revert these laws and also to pay 10,000 euro compensation to Roskomnadzor, which Russia did, but they have not reworked that law yet, and it doesn't seem to be happening soon. We have a different court case pending, where Roskomnadzor is blocked in all Moscow universities by state network provider, by or by the city-owned IT operator, and it's blocked in all Moscow schools and high schools and universities, and it's a lot of people actually being barred access from Roskomnadzor on the grounds that Roskomnadzor is a extremist organization or extremist content, and the court so far have not been able to point out what content specifically had been extremist, nor actually they could even say why they are there, because they say they outsourced the actual blocking to 2 companies. They use artificial intelligence, and one of the artificial intelligence algorithm, and they cannot say which one from the both companies, have put our website on the blocking list. And since then it's blocked. It's not blocked like in all Russia, but only in Moscow school. And still we have a second court case at the European Court of Human Rights pending. And I'm quite confident that we will win this one as well. Well, Now let's talk about personal data. So we have another things why things can be blocked. So 2015, there's a law that says the data of Russian customers needs to be stored in Russia. So LinkedIn had not complied and it's been blocked since 2016. And speaking of that, like some services have complied, like Facebook complied and built up Russian servers and said, okay, the data of Russian customers is stored in Russia. Twitter this year seen a way that it's not been blocked specifically, but basically Twitter has not followed court orders of being like, some courts said some tweets needs to be deleted because they are violating Russian unclear legislation about what extremist material is. And the Twitter looked into it and said like, no, we don't see any extremism here, we don't do that. And so Roskomnadzor said, okay, we could block them, but then it would be like a little bit like outcry because we would block the whole Twitter because of some tweets, maybe if it's 100 tweets or 1,000 tweets, but it's not like we would be perceived as a big censor. And they don't like that at all. So they said, okay, what else can we do? So some Russian court, and actually it's the same court that was judging against Roskom Svoboda back in 2015. It's a city court of Taganrog. Had issued a fine to Twitter of 1.2 million rubles. It's not that much, it's about like 30,000, 40,000 euros. Twitter still not complied and said like, no, we're not going to pay it. We would like to apply to appeal this decision. This appellation has been dismissed without a hearing, and so they saying, nope, we're not doing it. So Roskomnadzor went another game, and they decided to speed throttle Twitter, basically limit their bandwidth that they can use at the ISPs. And doing that by using deep packet inspection technology, and how it looked like that you could basically reach Twitter, but Twitter came like almost without pictures. So pictures loading was very, very slow. You could still use Twitter, you could still tweet back answers and everything, but the pictures being downloaded very, very slowly, and you could not basically watch any video clips on Twitter or upload video clips on Twitter yourself, unless you have used a VPN technology that would like encapsulate your traffic and make an exit point somewhere outside of Russia. So this Twitter's throttling was successful. It's been throttled for a couple of months, and then after a couple of months, Twitter actually complied and have paid the fee and the fine, and also deleted or limited the access to the tweets from Russia that had been criticized by Roskomnadzor. Okay, so there is a public outcry and some protests that we saw before the pandemics. During the pandemics, nothing happened because pandemics was used basically as a mean to prevent all protests. On the sign of the protest, it says, save the internet, save Russia. And so they had not, the protests have the public protests on the street have ceased because every time some people meet, they can be arrested for violating COVID means, except they are protesting or not protesting, and like they're demonstrating in favor of the regime. So, but let's talk about like how this is it effective? This whole net blockings that Russia do on a large scale, so that's like millions of websites are blocked, IP addresses and like whole providers like LinkedIn. By the way, all Russian businessmen are still on LinkedIn. They just use VPN. So is it effective? No. There is absolutely no evidence that the crime investigation is more effective or that crimes have been prevented. There is no decreased terrorism activities. There's no decreased number of suicides. The suicide number has been sustained, and suicide is one of the reasons that a website can be blocked if it propagates suicide. So something like a website like Suicide Girls blocked, or any like actually they block quite often even websites that are targeted towards self-help and help to people who are suicide, who are in the danger of a suicide. So still, so the number of has not decreased. The number of criminal cases related to drug sales increased actually, and we have a lot of collateral damage. So this is like about net blockings, and so let's talk about more things that's going on. So 2014, we saw the first sanctions against Russia as retaliation for Crimea reunification and conflict in the eastern Ukraine. The Western world called this Crimea accession or like, okay, so the conflict in the eastern Ukraine and is undoubtedly correct, and Crimea is also, from the Western point of view, is a part of Ukraine, so it's occupied territory now. And since then we have a sanction. The sanctions are mostly in field of trade. We still do some other business like building pipelines together, but we do not leave out any opportunity to point out that that's not right, and we would like to change. So, and then like what happened like 2019, for example, like this is one of the headline. Adobe cancels all accounts in Venezuela to comply with Trump order, because Trump order said like there shouldn't be no business with Venezuela, and Adobe interprets the Trump order broadly, claims it can't provide refunds, so just cancel everybody who have ever paid money in Venezuela, and said like, yeah, it's your fault. So that can happen. American companies need to apply to American law, and they therefore also like given the sanctions and also what's happening on the internet. So the West is very, there's a narrative coming in the last years that like basically all hacking attacks are coming out of Russia. Is it either Russian hacker groups that act illegally, or even that are state hacking, and Russia is responsible for some some major hacks, like even like the most recent one, as we had in America, the Columbia pipeline being shut down after a ransomware attack that's been targeted out of Russia apparently, and where the ransom had been paid of $4 million, and the pipeline reopened the next day. But people saw panic buys and shortage of gasoline, and this is something that affects the national security and cannot be taken very lightly. So the sanctions also like this is one thing. Like Russia been blamed on a lot of things, and also people blame Russia to manipulate the presidential campaign in the US, and also and then that's interesting. So that's one thing that you think like we have a campaign going fighting against the trolls, the gold trolls who operate for money and try to push a public opinion in one or other direction. There's on the same thing. On the same time, we have like prejudice against state-funded news network operators. So like Russia Today, being considered person non grata by some politicians, and would would never give them an interview, or of course they have an agenda and they are like pro-Russian, and they try to point out any faults and disjunctions in the current governments. So they are kind of interesting for opposition, but they also like end up pushing up some. Well, they're not neutral. Okay, but Russia Today, like having it's really in its name, it's state funded, and some other network operators too. But then it's happening like people really call for banning, openly calling for banning those journalistic networks, or in some countries they need to display a disclaimer like at all time that this station is official, or not official, but this station is paid for by Russian state, and like no one other has to do that. So this is what we see. I'd like to explain the next slide. So what is the answers of Russia in that? So Russia thinks like saying like, okay, we need be more sovereign. We need to change this dependency on the Western software manufacturer, on the Western world. So basically we need a digital sorry, again. I have a word stuck in my head. Sorry. So the sovereignty, yes, that was the word. So the digital sovereignty, and so let's talk about sovereignty. So what is digital sovereignty? And digital sovereignty is usually defined as a way that for a human or corporation to control its own digital persona and to be in control of its own like digital image, and also like not be in like to control where the data is, and to own the data, and like not being sold by anyone. So but like this is digital sovereignty, right? So what does sovereignty mean? Sovereignty from as defined by definition is the capacity of a state or individuum or corporation to act on its own account. So this is a very broad definition, but getting to that, the digital sovereignty is being understood in Russia more broadly than it has been understood in our parts. So we talk about social networks, and I will talk about social networks later. And the Russian talk about, okay, we need to get sovereignty. We need to be independent from the software vendors that are mostly American, some European, but basically most of them are American. And so we need to program for input substitution, and say it's like foreign software needs to be replaced with fatherland software. It is a software that is made by Russian companies in Russia, well, until 2021 in all public organizations. And this is still ongoing, and I guess it will be prolonged another time. But we have official list of Russian software, and it already has like over 6,000 entries in it. And they also work on substitution of SWIFT, so to be independent in the banking operation from the European entities. And also to be independent. But and then basically, if you want to sell software in a public organization, that is a public organization defined like it's been owned by with public money on any level, be it a city council, be it regional administration, or be it national or ministry or something, you need to use fatherland software. So basically what they tried to replace Microsoft with Astra Linux, for example, and you most of time you have never heard about those softwares. They are very specific to the market, so they have their own version of SAP 1S for a very long time. So basically all the ERP software, the CRM software is specific. But, and for the companies who want to sell software in Russia, they need to open up a real business in Russia, and not just a marketing agency, but actually be responsible for the product. So create a real dependency and be able to answer to support, ask questions. And I say the data of the Russian customers needs to be stored in Russia, but also that's required to open up real dependency. And then still you will be too fast. You still like we have since the same time we have also the law that if you have a company that have a significant foreign investment in it, or that's getting contribution from foreign owners or foreign money, they need to be registered as a foreign agent. And the wording is not nice. The wording, let's think about spies and secret operations, and something that a foreign agent is like all NGOs who get money or who have a headquartered somewhere outside of Russia, like Transparency International, and all the others, needs to be registered in this register for a foreign agent. And if they fail to comply, they can face severe fines, including being shut down on purpose. So the same thing that of course goes with that if you see about attacks that were targeted states, basically, like not as simple operations that's by cyber criminals that like we take money from whatever, but like we had 2007 cyber attacks on Estonia that basically stopped Estonia working for 2 weeks. We had Stuxnet that was a worm specifically designed to stop the Iranian program on enrichment of uranium, and that infected the computers operating the centrifuge to having spin them so high that they would break. It also affected a lot of other targeted as collateral. We had WannaCry, we had Petya, not Petya, that was targeted against Ukrainian companies and just looked like a random, but like a ransomware, but was written. This ransomware component was written so badly that was just a disguise. It's clearly that it was some kind of a state operation. But you see that that there are cyber attacks on states, and so there is just like the motivation to create a sovereign internet. That's what they actually talk about in Russian, and its motivation is basically is that the world has changed and the Western actors become more aggressive, and having like the US have an aggressive US cyber strategy, and So that regulates licensed network operators, owner for communication networks, and autonomous system number holders, and they need to apply. So this is something that they build. They say, like, in case of a nuclear attack or in case of anything, in case it gets needed, the internet can be shut off and still continue operating in Russia. Basically, creating a parallel internet in Russia instead of the one joint network. So, so this is another picture of protesters of like all the women, and they say like internet, and net is means no in Russian, and it's striking through, and it's da, it's yes, so inter yes instead of internet. So we have digital iron curtain, basically what they do, like DPI filters, that's deep package inspection that can actually look inside the traffic and see what is going on, and been tested like on stuff like slowing down Twitter and YouTube. We have the national domain name system, which replaces the normal DNS. We have a yearly shut-off simulations and stress test for network operation that says that we need to actually be ready, and it should be not just theoretical talk, but over time there should be readiness to, in case it's needed, to shut off the internet completely. How it exactly will be, it's a little bit like, let's talk about that. We have like enforced routing registry. We have the technology of BGP injections that force the BGP is a protocol that regulates how you can connect neighboring networks. So basically, this is the ground routing protocol of the internet, the border gateway protocol. And if you do injection at that, you can force package to go different route to connect to networks, not in a direct way, but through some intermediate man in the middle who can then stop them from passing or do deep package inspection on them and do filter or spy into the content. So the negative impacts is like disappearance of self-regulated sustainability. We have a problem of root leaks, of control messages, and if there is a BGP injection, we can like see another attack vector. We have independent to business processes, like we have small ISPs who are independent will probably perish, and we will not be able to go with the market, because this old technology, like the DPI technology, is expensive and it needs to be paid by ISPs. We have corruption, because like every time there's a lot of push in one direction, there's a high incentive for corruption to be able to circumvent that. And there's also ability to move the Chinese or even North Korean way. So we have what will happen. So like I said, corruption will prevail, and VPNs are not blocked yet. Using deep package inspection, it is in theory possible to block all different kinds of VPNs, which is not blocked yet, but VPNs repeatedly being tried to push into illegality, and even if they are used by legit users like banks, and there's still the public opinion, at least in Russia and Duma, is that VPN are tools of terrorists, and there is repeatedly attacks on encryption technologies. Let's see where it will go. Then, of course, we have the case of that's how it is always in Russia. Like Saltykov-Shchedrin is a Russian writer that wrote over 100 years ago, and he coined a phrase that everybody knows in Russian, saying the severity of Russian laws is softened by the fact that obeying them is optional. So if you look on paper, it all look very, very grim. And in reality, Russian people are quite often very pragmatic and not really eager to fulfill all the crazy shit that people are proposing. And sorry, I got a call, had to push away. And so this is on the bright side, something that we can see probably will happen. Okay, so I'm coming to the end of my slide deck. So I have the advertisement slide for next year Pirate Summer Camp, which registration already open at PS22 eventbrite.com. It happening in August 7 to 21st in 2022 in Poland. And I have a contact slide, Dichter, and my email is gregoryengels@piratenpartei.de. So I would like to take a question, but I don't think that works that way, right? So let's talk about like as a final words. So we have so the Russians are doing that. So what they do? So basically they don't like to see themselves as a big censors. They don't like even the Russian official who introduced censorship don't like to talk about that. They still believe in like human rights, but on the same time, if we see if you talk about like they like to regulate social media, they like to declare who can be on social media. So these all proposals that we somehow see here in the West to be discussed, like the clear name policy for social networks, that you have to be registered as with your passport before you can go and post anything online. Those proposals exist also in Russia. And they often point like to see like any criticism that comes towards the people like saying, yeah, you're being in big censor, the thing like, but look, we have the same rules as Hungary do, or we have the same rules as Poland do, and we're not trying to limit the freedom of speech. We're just trying to point out who is being paid by whom. And they point out to different parts of the world where regulation already happened, and saying like we're not worse than others. And in the same time, they feel themselves attacked. They feel themselves threatened by the outlook of being able to be shut off from the internet, of being shut off from the information technology by big corporations. So that's why there's a lot of motivations coming out of the answer of a perceived threat to sovereignty, actually. So and on the same side, like if they talk about social media, they also say like we need our own social media. It's why they have the same conversation in Europe, basically say, because why is there no unicorns in social media in Europe? Like we have very few actually corporations that are based out of Russia, based out of Europe, that may manage to get social scale and get over 1 million customers. So in Russia we have Yandex, which is its own Google, right? So it's its own search engine, so they are not dependent here. They have Telegram, even if they have mixed feelings about them, but still everybody is using Telegram, and it's very popular in Russia, and it's even if it's not cooperating with Russian authorities at all. And that's why Russian authorities tried to block it over the course of almost 2 years, and then gave up basically and said, okay, they won. But the same thing, also they have RooTube. They try to push up a YouTube alternative. They have its own social media networks like Kontakte, vk.com, built by the same guy who owns Telegram. And also they have Odnoklassniki, which is another social network. They are a little bit neglected or come into dismay over the last years and not really growing. But at the same time, if there is like a meaning, like we saw Telegram being used for journalistic purposes, a lot of people getting the news of Telegram, of the news channels. On the same time, I heard in a talk, a journalist in Russia talking like this, and not journalists, if they are being able to bring down states. So talking about the Telegram channel of Nexta, that was behind organizing and coordinating all the news about the uprising in the Belarus after the presidential elections last year, and where we remember the vice editor or the former vice editor of that channel had been rerouted in the plane from Athens to the Balticum to forced land in Minsk and been arrested. And here we say, like they say, it's not a journalist. If it's an activist, or if somebody who has ability to bring a revolution to a state or to bring down a regime, or trying to do that, that's not a news method. It's not a journalist. It's somebody else, and Belarus have all the rights to stop that plane and to get against basically activists or basically extremistic terrorists. So, and I would say here in the news reports about it in Germany, I always heard that the words like a blogger, a famous blogger has been stopped, a blogger has been arrested, and as if blogger is not a journalist. Blogger is something less, right? So they don't say they have arrested journalists. It's something else, because like, yeah, they run a Telegram channel with 1 million subscribers, and it's focused on news reporting, but they had organized this uproar, and that's why they are not journalists, they are activists. And this is distinction. This distinction is dangerous, because basically that allows regimes like Russian or White Russian to just go against them and saying like, yeah, but it's just a blogger, right? It's somebody who clearly an extremist, and it's next time it's some Islamic extremist or somebody who is like call for violence, and this is something we have full right to go against, and it have nothing to do with freedom of speech. It's our right for sovereignty to be able to make our own decisions. And here I must say, like a part of the blame is also to the German media, who could not get over them and call this guy a journalist instead of calling themselves like blogger all the time, even if he had a long history working in proper legitimate editorial offices, and is a photojournalist, and even like was executing this work on his trip to Athens, why he was get captured. So he was working as a journalist all the time. And here I must say, if we try to segregate the world and then treat things differently that happening in Russia and happening in Europe. So the GDPR is a great law for protecting personal information, but at the same time we make rules that are applied to all other companies that are not European, saying as soon as you do business with Europe, you need to comply. And Russia doing the same and saying like, if you want to do business with Russia, you need to comply, and you need to open real offices that we can sue you on our grounds, and not just like marketing agencies that said they can't say anything. So, but they want that people being able to interact and to be responsible. We think this is wrong, right? So, but at the same time, I think we need a real international agreement on how the internet works and how the freedom of speech can be maintained. And if we get into this regional approach, then we will end in a disjoint market of separated networks of very different rules, like Chinese internet, Russian internet, the European internet, the American internet, African internet, whatever. And saying that, this is the task for us to work towards better rules and also include other players in the talk. So we need to talk with Russia. We need to take the pressure out of them so they don't feel the whole time as potential victims and make sure that we talk on eye level and also include the Russian operators, the Russian technology providers, and the Russian government at the same time. And this is kind of important because if one country introduced that, Russia is pushing also for international treaty on digital sovereignty, saying like basically every country can do whatever as long as it's on their ground. And I think this is not the internet as we know it. It's not the internet that has worked the last 30 years. And it is for us to save the internet. Thank you very much. So I'm done.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Or how is it working?
Man, no, I want to thank you, Gregory, for your speech. It was very interesting, and you give us a different view on things, and a deeper view inside this case. Yeah? It's a bit different to the last year, and there's a lot of changes when we see what you tell us last year, and thank you for that. We have to discuss today several other things. Maybe it comes to Russia too. Yeah. Thank you. We will have a little break now of 2 hours. We see us again at 2.
Oh. Okay, I thought I have to finish by 12:05 because there is a next talk on my agenda, but okay.
No.
So the next talk is exactly when?
At 2.
At 2 p.m. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We will be having a lunch break now.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome back. Welcome to this panel. I have a very special guest for you. It's Mr. Rafael Capurro. Let me introduce him for you. He was born in Uruguay. He is a philosopher and former professor for information science. He's researching on information ethics, media philosophy, and more. He founded the International Center for Information Ethics, is a founding member of the World Technology Network, and worked for the European Commission for Science and New Technologies, EGE, from 2000 to 2010. Please welcome Mr. Rafael Capurro. We agreed on taking our surnames, and we will be talking about global information ethics. Very welcome.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you.
So let's begin with the first question. The privatization of the communication by global players like Facebook, are they a threat to the democracy? What do you think?
Well, maybe it's too dramatic, but I think it is a conflict, at least, in view of the range of users of these platforms, 2 billion users in the case of Facebook and so on. And it is about public communication. So if we think that public communication is the stuff of a democratic society, so to speak freely and public and so on, and it is owned, at least part of it, by a private company with its own interests, of course, profit and so on, then there is a conflict. And we have heard about this conflict since the last at least 2 or 3 years, also the European Commission and the European Union, and dealing with the problem, not only the problem of the legal control of these big companies, but how far can we, whatever we are, whoever we are, let public communication be managed and owned by private companies. This is, I think, the issue. This is a legal issue. It is an ethical issue and a political issue, of course, and an economic issue. Yeah, that's the problem. And I think it's worth thinking about, and not only the issue of trying to get rid, trying to legalize or to deal with laws in order to put some limits to these private companies, as in other fields too. But how far are we, as a democratic society, interested in digital public spaces created by ourselves, also by the free society, and not in private hands. So it is an issue about the res publica digitalis and the res privata digitalis. What belongs to the res privata digitalis, so what is in the hands of private companies, and what is in the hands of the res publica. This is, I think, the philosophical issue that we should deal with in future.
So you're saying just creating new laws is not sufficient. It is more about a society that should handle this problem, that should be aware what may happen if you're not addressing this?
Yeah, the laws are important, but laws implies that the issue itself is still in private hands. And what I ask myself is, think about in the physical world, we have streets and places and so on, which are public spaces and not in private hands. Imagine our streets and so on would be most of them in private hands. Then it would be impossible to go out of home, and you are not in the public space. So it is an analogy, and I think, but it's an important analogy because communication is at the moment in many fronts in private hands, and it's not done with laws. It is the issue itself that should be in public, in the hands of the public, you know.
Speaking about the public spaces, that's not only about having a surveillance for how the people are driving, where they are. There's much more. It's always about security,
yeah,
but we
yeah,
see the problem with companies that want to make advertising, very personal, targeted advertising.
Yeah, this is the other issue, that the public space, the physical public space, is more and more dominated and obfuscated by surveillance technology, whatever kind, by states or private companies of whatever kind, and so it is intruding into our physical lives and also into our digital lives. So it is just a question of privacy, what we've been discussing for many years already. But it's not just a question of my privacy personal as individual. It is just the whole society that is transforming itself in a different way, and it concerns the digital world itself, so the internet as we know it from the beginning. But it concerns also, as you said, the intruding into the physical worlds with the digital technologies, which is more and more the case. For the sake of safety and security and so on and so on. So there are some good reasons. And the issue is, for me, the ethical issue, but also the legal issue. What are the limits for letting intrude the digital into our public and private lives, also into our bodies? Because it sometimes goes into the body, really, physically into the real body, and becomes part of this whole complex of the digital world. And so the question is how far, who takes the responsibility, and for whom, who is going, and who decides about this. So this is, I think, the philosophical discussion.
Yeah, you're completely right. I think the issue about digital sovereignty is much more current than some years ago, when we've been talking about being online, like being in another world, and the real world cannot be separated anymore. Not at all. Yeah.
Exactly. And the question is the real world just the digital world? Is the real world becoming more and more the digital world? And what happens if we forget the real world as a difference from the digital world? The case is, of course, I'm talking about ecology. So we have seen now, because of the COVID discussion or the COVID crisis, that nature is coming more and more on the front, also because of the fire and water and so on. And maybe we have forgotten nature in all its terrible and wonderful aspects, because we have been too much concentrating ourselves with the digital, or looking at the nature and so on, only from the perspective of the digital. I'm not demonizing the digital. I'm just trying to say that the digital is one perspective to look at reality, also at the physical reality, but it is not the only one. And it is taking the lead, then it can become a problem.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because the problem is the digital world may have a big impact, but it's still very fragile, and it cannot exist without the real world. At least if we say we need electricity, When we see the great flood that we've been having here in Germany shortly, then suddenly you don't have any internet, you don't have any electricity, and you cannot access the digital world anymore for a time. So it's very important to be resilient and not to forget what the basis is.
Exactly, and in the first years, in the 90s, beginning of the 90s, when the internet started, some of us were fascinated because we said, oh, this is a kind of non-physical reality, with virtual reality, non-physical, until we became aware it is really physical, because our computers and so on, everything is physical. So it was a little bit an illusion to think that they separated the digital from the physical. And now we see the impact when the physical crashes, the digital crashes also, as happened in Germany now, and other countries now with the fire and so on and so on. So what follows? What do you think?
Well, I think you know the saying, there's no real cloud existing, it's just other people's computers. We have to teach the people how the internet works, how everything works. We need to have an education on that, so people understand not only technology, but also the importance of data security, that they have the right to have some privacy. That is so important, that they're not just plunging into new features and saying, whatever they're doing with my data, it's not mine anymore, it doesn't matter. I think it's so important to teach them your data is yours, and you're selling your privacy, you're selling your life if you just give it up without thinking or without knowing.
Yeah, this is also my opinion. We have to start an education program, also in schools and so on. Also in the sense of the enlightenment. We have to enlighten the people to use the digital tools and so on, and we have to enlighten them about the limits of the digital. So it's a double enlightenment. It's not just the enlightenment. You have to know how to use a car, for instance. So in the car industry or in industrial society, we have been enlightened how to use physical technologies like cars and airplanes and so on, until we discovered that we have to be aware of the limits of this technology in itself, not just the use, but the limits in itself. This happened with the atomic energy discussion, as you know, particularly in Germany, but other countries too, in the 70s, until we were aware that it's not a problem of use to have good atomic centers, but the atomic centers as such are a problem. And I think this is the use of atomic technology was at that moment changing, and so we saw the limits of this technology and say, well, we don't want to use it for this and this, but we want to use it for this and this. So looking at the technology as such, I think is a different level of the question of what this technology is about, and exactly the same happens now with the digital. It is not just be aware of the good uses, bad uses for well-being of this technology, but the technology as such is problematic. And to get this, become aware that it's nothing, it's not ridiculous. It is not demonizing anything. I'm just saying we have to be aware where are the limits of this technology, as we became aware of the limits of atomic energy in the 70s.
Right. We have to understand that technology is just a tool we can use. It can be used for the good or for the evil, for whatever. The technology is not deciding. Even if we speak about algorithms or artificial intelligence, it's still a technology, and we are the intelligence that is using it, that is implementing it. And we have to decide for what it may be used or for what it may not be used. Speaking about biometric surveillance and such, this is very important. And you mentioned atomic energy. We need much more energy from year to year. We have to consider that, of course. So when talking about energy consumption, this is really a task that should not be forgotten.
Yeah, well, maybe just a remark, the view of technology as an instrument, the instrumental view of technology is right for everyday life, because we do all the time the same. How can I use this and this for that and that, for good or for bad? But we have to also see the view that technology is something that on which we cannot be completely the masters. So our civilization is a technological civilization, and nobody invented, how could I say, for good or for bad, the digital. It develops in 100 years more and more and more, without that we can say some person were responsible for this development. And now we have a civilization or a world in which this technology is over there. But it happens, you know, like the water in the ocean and so on. You can say you are the master of the water of the oceans. Britannia ruled the waves. It is an illusion, of course. Nobody is master of the waves, and nobody is master of the weather. So the problem is how to be aware that it is partly an issue of being partly a master, but not completely a master. So you have to deal with something which is bigger than you, which in this case is the digital enfrainment of our society and the situation of our life and of our time, and how to respond, to answer to this challenge. So I would put it in a case of a challenge. You are not a master of the challenge. You have to respond to the challenge in some way. So you are a player in this interplay, but you are not a master of the play. That's what I would say. And this is different than a purely instrumental view of technology, like a knife or so on. So it would be a bad analogy to say atomic research, atomic energy is something similar like a knife. Well, not completely. Huh? It would be a little bit naive to think, you know, yeah. And the same happens with computers. You can say, well, my laptop is like a knife. Yes, in some way, yes, but in some way it is not like a knife because it is part of a whole complex whole system on which nobody, neither you nor me nor anybody, can say, I am the master of the whole.
Yeah, that's right. But finding analogies is not so easy, especially in this complicated digital world. I always find it's somehow misleading when talking to people not being specialists in IT to try to make them understand what we're trying to say. So I think we need people that are trained to do that, even in politics, so we can talk to them face to face with real terms, just saying, without using analogies, pictures, whatever. Otherwise, you will not be able to handle the whole digital transformation process anymore.
There's different levels at a practical level in everyday life, in schools and so on. I think the view of the instrumental view of technology is right, because it makes it easier how to deal with that and to learn and so on, like to learn how to drive a car. But of course, the problems of cars are bigger than the question of how to drive a car. It is not an analogy. It is just the whole system of mobility, and car mobility and so on. But you cannot start discussing this at a school with the kids. I agree with you. Then at this level or later, you can say, well, first try to drive a car and learn the rules and so on and so on. But at another level, we have to deal with the whole system of mobility in our society. And this is exactly what happens now with digital technologies, different levels of reflection. At a practical level in everyday life, we have to learn how to deal with laptops and files and this and that and so on. This is fine, so that we can manage this in everyday life. But at a higher level, or a deeper level, we have to ask ourselves questions about the whole technology that is already inframing us, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. When speaking in your analogy, going to mobility, if we say we're learning how to drive a car, we don't have to be the mechanic of a car, not everybody, but we need the specialists we can go to. And when it comes to the political part, we have to have people that are thinking, well, it's not only cars, we have bicycles, we have trains, we have whatever, we have to see the whole system. We have to take a step back and see the whole picture. I think this is very important.
Exactly, and this is exactly what happens now with the digital world. We start now very late dealing with the instrumental view of this technology, but it is very, very small part of the whole problem. To learn to how to deal with our laptops and with our cell phones and so on, we learn it very quickly. But the whole picture, the bigger picture, is something that, of course, you cannot discuss it in a few words in a school, but maybe you can initiate a discussion also in universities and research and so on to do this, to take the bigger picture. I think this is necessary at this moment.
Absolutely. Well, currently we're seeing how technology is used for, well, let's say, giving a bias to some opinions. If we remember what happened in the elections in the USA, for example, or how the influence of some people is getting higher than the standard media and whatever. But would you say there may be a bright future where the technology is using for the better for the people? It's not always this looking into the abyss, something more positive.
Yeah, I think, yes, I think the weakest people and the weakest society should be in the scope of our ethical view of digital technology and of other technologies too. So who are the weakest in our society, and how can we deal with them, helping them to deal with the lives, better lives, with this kind of technology, which is, for instance, the digital technology, robotics, and so on. And the weakest societies, because it's not also the weakest people in our society, but there are many weak societies. We used to call it digital divide in former times. And now we are aware that there are many kinds of divides and many kinds of exclusions. I used the comparison with the apartheid system in South Africa, where I have been working many years, and I coined the word info-apartheid. So that means there are some groups in societies, or whole societies, that are excluded of the free communication, or are object of observation and so on by different kind of actors. So yes, the ethical criterion is for who are the weakest people and the weakest persons and so on, and the weakest groups, and who is excluded, and who are the weakest society, so that we can help societies to develop themselves. Yeah, exactly.
So you say we should put the focus on the poorest, on the youngest, on the oldest, on the people with illnesses.
The weakest, in a
weakest and all.
Whoever the weakest are, from whatever point of view, or in the physical or psychic or so, whatever, and the weakest societies, because we live in a very in a world with a lot of injustice in different levels, and justice is a key issue. And so we have to get a world which is more fair. We use the concept of fairness also now in the philosophical discussion. And so what does it mean to be fair in the digital world with regard to society, in the political sense of the word fairness? It means there's an interplay that allows us to communicate with each other. Is at the moment unfair, in which some of us are excluded of this communication for whatever means and for whatever purposes, without controlling and without any kind of legitimation. Yeah.
So do you think this is more a problem of monetary possibilities of the weakest, or do you think that some kind of training of AIs and something has a strange bias making people weak that should not necessarily be weak in the digital world?
Necessarily be weak. Yeah, you're right. Well, algorithms can also help people to be stronger, but can also help let people to give up their freedom and become dependent from the algorithm. So this is the point also, what can say, in which context, the word context, or the concept of context as used by Helen Nissenbaum, is very important in this discussion. In which context, political or daily context or whatever, which values should have priority, and who should decide about this? Also in my personal life, when I decide myself, okay, I put limits to the use of the technology in this context. When I go out, when I go for a walk in the forest, or when I go swimming or whatever, and I said, okay, I get digital free times and places in my life, personal life. I decide this, that. But this is not just a question of me personal, it is just a question of society that decides we have to put some limits, some free spaces, similar to what happened with cars. You know, in the 70s, we had in Germany the discussion of our cities should be adapted to cars.
Yeah.
So car-friendly cities. You know, 50 years later, we said, no. We want the car to get out of the cities. The cities are for the people and so on. And we have to get the cars in another way, but not to take the lead over our mobile life in the cities. So similarly, what happens or should happen, I think, with the digital. So which part of our lives, personal and private life, should be open permanently to the digital, so, and which not, because otherwise we become dependent, or how could I say, a little bit neurotic, of being permanently online.
Yeah, that's right. It should be the decision of my own decision if I want to be online or not, and what amount of data I want to share. Even Amnesty International is saying privacy is a right for each and every human. I think that's important. But let's talk about the positive effects. You said the weakest could get some help. If I think we could lower the barriers, make it easier for participate in things. If I think of helping systems like screen readers was the first, or automatic descriptions of pictures, it's making digital world accessible.
Yeah, this is exactly, this is the ambivalence of this, that it makes something easier, and this is why the attraction, also economic attraction, and the marketing of these kind of devices. I think about our cell phones. What is a cell phone? This is an interesting philosophical question. What is a cell phone? Maybe you can say, well, it is a phone that allows me to do this and this and this, but it is also an interception in my life from third parties in different ways. Yeah, so I must be aware of that. And exactly this ambivalence, this Janus ambivalence from both sides, that we must be aware in everyday life. Say, okay, I put now a border, and say just here and not further in the use of this in this context. But of course, as any other technology, the context is very, very important to think about values. And this is, I think, something that we are starting to discuss now in the last years. So context-dependent values of digital technology in the healthcare, at home, in the schools, in my private life, in politics, in the country as a whole. As we say now, we have to digitalize the Federal Republic of Germany. Wow, yeah, this is incredible. Of course, we need this. But if say we have to build autobahnen, yeah, of course, but there are limits to this, and for the use of that, and people say, okay, sometimes I take the car, sometimes I take the walk, sometimes I want to go by bicycle, and so on and so on. So there's different options over there open to choose for a good life. And something is you can decide by yourself in your private life, with your family, your kids, and so on. And something is an issue of the state to decide what is good, also from an economic point of view. What shall we do now first for this society, also for the economy, and so on. And this is I think, the discussion which is legal, political, and ethical. It is something legal because sometimes we have to rule the society with the help of laws. So to say to people, if you don't agree with the law, then you get problems. Okay, but a free society should also be aware that freedom in the society is a very, very important value. So how far, again, the question of limited, how far should we let the state and the legal perspective go into our lives, into private and so on, and how far shall we let freedom to decide? So the difference between legal, between law and ethics. Some people say, no, this should be an ethical issue. It means it belongs to the issue, to the realm of freedom. And other people say, no, this is too much freedom. We take this into the realm of law. Okay, and I think this is the debate now with regard to digital technology. Yeah.
Yeah, that's important. We cannot give everything into the hands of the free market and say, market will handle this. And speaking about, for example, the Pegasus software that could be put on the cell phones, because it just showed the cell phone. Problem is, if the states are saying it's a legal program, but it should only be ethically used, and each and every customer is saying we are using it ethically, well, not all states have the same the same agreement on what is ethical, and some are even saying, well, if I'm having journalists or activists that are against my standard ethics that I define, then it's ethically correct to use this program. But this is not the same agreement on the whole world. That's the problem.
Yeah, yeah. In this case, you have to make a difference between the personal ethics and the social ethics issue. Right. Because sometimes I decide by myself in my life, well, this is an ethical issue for me, and I decide for my life this, but it's not necessary for the whole society in which I live. So there are conflicts there, or can be any conflicts. So I have to take care and say, okay, I decide this for me, but I cannot make a general rule, as Immanuel Kant would say, make the maxim of your action so that it can be also a general maxim for the whole society or for humanity as such, which is a difficult issue, of course, to think, okay, I take this decision with this maxim, but I'm not sure that this would be good for the society as a whole. So again, the issue of the way in which I am inserted as a person in a context, which will be the context of this country, of Europe, or whatever, is something that we must put on the table to discuss. This is, I think, the issue, and we need this kind of discussion in universities and in research centers. This is, I think, very important. It cannot be done by one person or one philosopher and so on. It is an issue that concerns the whole society. It's a complex, critical issue, and it needs basic research and long-term research, because you cannot decide this from one day to the other. The same happens with energy, of course, and we're discussing until now, the last 50 years, about renewable energies. But I remember the 70s, the Green Party was not very good seen in the public space. Okay, some people said, "Oh no, they are mad people," and so on, until the atmosphere changed because of some bad things happened, as you remember, in regard to energy and so on, and many people became aware. Of course, green energy is very important, and then later. First, almost all parties said, "Oh yes, green energy is wonderful." But this is 50 years later. What happened in these 50 years? We have been working to transform the atmosphere. It's changing the atmosphere, the life of your society. And something will happen, I think, with the digital technology. We have to
so you're saying some politicians are still yet behind and are not doing what should be done to discuss the ethical problems as the whole humanity, using all the knowledge over the world?
And particularly in a country like this country here, not to put it in such a big picture, the biggest picture, the whole society, humanity as such, but take that in the Federal Republic of Germany or Europe. But take the Federal Republic of Germany. We should discuss these bigger issues for the country as a whole. And say, what kind of digital communication do we want in Germany? In which hands, and what are the limits, and what are the pros and cons, and so on and so on. We have been doing this also, but I think we need more critical thinking about this. Instead of repeating again and again, like a mantra, digitization of the country, digitization of the country, digitization of the country. It doesn't help. It is not critical thinking.
That's right. And as a forecast, what would you say would be the greatest challenges regarding the new developments in the field of the digitalization? What should we focus on?
Surveillance is the main issue, I think. Private surveillance, and also surveillance and cybercrime, particularly in the economy. We read it every day in the newspapers. So this is the dark side of this technology, which is becoming more and more to the front, and the people are saying we cannot continue doing like this because it's causing too much trouble and too much negative things also in our economy. So it is bad for our economy as such also, if we don't are aware of that. And the same happens with the use of cell phones in everyday life and the kids in the schools and so on and so on. You remember many years ago with the TV, where we discussed in the first years how many hours should the kids look at the TV. Yeah, in other epochs was the issue how far shall we let women read novels, you know. Yeah, it was 200 years ago. Yeah, because it's not good for women to read novels. Okay, so we have been changing the ethics and the reflection on the values over centuries. And the same happened with the printing technology and the discussion of censorship 200 years ago, after the French Revolution particularly, that the censorship became a public issue. So in some way, we are having a new kind of censorship discussion with regard to the laws, the limits, and so on. But also this kind of uneasiness, something Unruhe, I would say, in the society that is saying, yeah, fantastic digital technology, but it happens this and this and this. And people say, I don't know how to deal with it. Can you help me? And so on. And this is the immediate asking for help, myself too. Of course, when I'm getting older, I cannot have an overview of all the details of the technology, the same as my car. So I bring my car to the company that takes care of it once a year. Because I'm not an engineer. Even if I were an engineer, I could maybe solve the problems. So something similar happens now with the digital technology, that we have to learn. Also, we learn with our bodies, physical bodies, and so say, okay, I can go to the medical doctor, I have some problem, but I can solve this problem by myself, maybe. And something similar happens now with the digital technology. Some problems I can solve it by myself, but some problems are beyond what I can see, and it belongs to society as such. And this is a discussion we have to deal with, instead of just saying digitalization, digitalization, digitalization for Germany. It's fine, I agree with that, but it's not enough.
Yeah, that's right. We have to learn where our limits are and how we can overcome them, and who we can make responsible for what, and for what we should not make anyone responsible. That's right. And absolutely not to plunge into a dystopia, or just look how the developments can be used for the better for us all. That's right. So
Exactly.
I want to say thank you very much. It was a very interesting, and we hope we're developing into a brighter future and taking digitalization as a positive thing.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this talk. Thank you, and thank you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll be having a short break. See you later.
So, to be honest, we have a time problem because some guys are not arrived until now. So we make a short break until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
back to our discussion panel, Future Multipolar World Order After Corona. I have three marvelous guests. I will do a short introduction for you. The first one is Roderick Kiesewetter. The second one is Nathan Deschel. And the third one, Mikolaš Peksa. Roderick Kiesewetter was born in Pfullendorf in southern Baden in 1963 and graduated from high school in Ellwangen in 1982. At that time, he already gained his first political experience in the SMV and the Schüler Union, founded a city youth ring and a local group of the International Society for Human Rights. After graduating from high school, he joined the German Armed Forces and studied economics in Munich and in Austin, Texas, graduating with a degree in business administration. Until his election to the Bundestag in 2009, he was able to gain experience in the Balkans and Afghanistan, among other places, especially stations at NATO in Brussels and at the Aufbau Ost of the German Armed Forces in Thuringia were important stages in his life. The service for our country in uniform has meant a lot to him. In 2009, he left the Bundeswehr as a colonel in General Staff Service to continue his service in civilian society in the future. As a member of parliament, he represents his home country during the weeks when the Bundestag is in sessions in Berlin. Otherwise, he's intensively on the road in his constituency, taking care of the diverse affairs of local citizens. In the Bundestag, he is, among other things, the representative for foreign policy in the Foreign Affairs Committee for his parliamentary group. Our second guest, Nathan Deschel, is the president and COO of the Deschel Group, a public policy advisory of Baker Donaldson. He was previously the executive vice president for political strategy at Clear Channel Media and Entertainment, where he ran a business unit dedicated to political advertising. Deschel is also the founder and the CEO of Rook.us, which provides a digital toolkit for political candidates. Nathan Deschel was born December 10th in 1933. He received his BA with distinction from Northwestern University in 1995 and his JD cum laude from Harvard Law School in 2002. In October 2010, Deschel was recognized as one of Time magazine's 40 Under 40 Rising Stars in Politics. He was also profiled in the September 2010 issue of Details magazine as one of the 16 game changers in the world of entertainment, politics, fashion, and technology in a piece titled Mavericks. In July 2006, Nathan was named as one of the Washington's 40 top lawyers under 40 by Washingtonian magazine. And last but not least, our third guest, Mikolaš Peksa. He was born and grew up in Prague on the 8th of June 1986. He studied biophysics on the Charles University in Prague. In the course of his studies, he specialized in nuclear magnetic resonance. Afterwards, Peksa completed a postgraduate program in the framework of a cooperation between the Charles University and the University of Leipzig. After his studies, Peksa worked as a researcher, Linux server administrator, and programmer. He lives in Litoměřice. Mikolaš Peksa joined the party of Czech Pirates, Česká pirátská strana, in 2013. In April 2017, the Czech Pirates elected him to the party's board of directors, and he was re-elected in January 1918. In addition to his membership in the Czech Pirate Party, Peksa is also a member of the Pirate Party of Germany. In 2017, the Pirates nominated Peksa as the party's top candidate in the USD region for the elections to the Czech House of Commons, in which he won a mandate and entered the House of Commons. In the 2019 European elections, the Pirate Party was able to gain a significant number of votes compared to 2014 European elections. With 13.95% of the vote, the party won 3 of the 21 Czech mandates. Peksa joined the Greens EFA group after lengthy negotiations. For his group, Peksa is a member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, as well as a substitute member of the Committee on Budgetary Control and the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs. When he entered the European Parliament, he resigned his mandate in the Czech House of Commons. Welcome to the Pirate Party Security Conference. Let's begin with the first statement from Roderick.
Thank you, Anja, for the very nice welcome here. It's a great honor for me to be part of your conference, and thank you very much indeed for the invitation. I'm glad to be here and to talk about this crucial topic as regards the future of the multipolar world after the pandemic. As we all know, we are faced with a simultaneity of crises, where the pandemic is only one in a bunch of challenges like migration, climate-induced migration, or developments in Turkey, or especially in these hours also in Afghanistan, not to neglect the development of the Silk Road process of China and Africa and other areas. Every global crisis impacts the international system, its structures, norms, and institutions. Examples: founding of the League of Nations or the United Nations after the World Wars. So the world was always apt to adapt itself for new challenges. So what consequences will the pandemic have, and which conclusions should we draw? I would like to begin my statement asking two questions. First, will the pandemic reduce multilateral cooperation? And second, what is the future role of the European Union and Germany in this world? So let me draw to multilateral cooperation. The first reaction of states in the first months of the pandemic was nationalistic. This unilateral way of thinking did not start with the pandemic. China, Russia, and the United States have shown less and less interest in solving common crises as global community. There was really little willingness to cooperate on territorial issues, disarmament, and economic agreements, and face deadlocked violent conflicts in Libya or Syria. However, global interdependence has increased considerably. Globalization deepens the international divisions of labor in production and supply chains. Political cooperation lags behind economic and social globalization. The reason for the divide is rooted in conflicts and crises we did not expect a few years ago. To put it simple, Francis Fukuyama was completely wrong some 30 years ago. There was no end of history, and the liberal democracy is not the final form of government for all nations. 9/11 and the following US war in Afghanistan and later on against the Iraq, which divided the West, and in addition Russia's annexation of the Crimea in 2014 led to the suspension of its G8 membership and closed an important channel to Moscow. So what conclusions can we draw from? If crises undermine international cooperation, joint foresight could strengthen multilateral cooperation. Foresight gains political credibility when it draws attention to crises at an early stage. And it's not only a question of foresight, it's also a question of scenario techniques and of the inclusion of science. At the moment, we do not have this preventing way of things. We do not act, we react, and not everyone sees more cooperation as the right therapy. We have seen in the last months, not only but also because of Corona, a stronger effort from the US to decouple with China and therefore promoting tendencies towards at least a sectoral deglobalization. China, Russia, and the United States are reflecting on concepts of trade self-sufficiency, even if partial decoupling from the world market entails disadvantages. Also, the European Union is looking to create a stronger resilience, supply chain to be brought back to Europe, and other items which are on the table to be discussed and hopefully also to be decided. It is important to not only point with our fingers on others, because we in Europe and Germany as well are trying to become more independent. We can see that, for instance, in the field of pharmaceutical products. We see it also in the German way, how we coped with the Nord Stream 2 issue, which was an unfair, or which was an offer from Russia, where we were seduced. The key is to find the right balance between being independent in certain fields and to cooperate globally in others, where it is needed. More than any other country, Germany has benefited from the rule-based international order. Therefore, we are threatened more severely if we are not successful at adapting to the changes. So, what can we do? To answer this question, we can think in the terms of two scenarios. I would like to offer the two scenarios very briefly. The first scenario: this pandemic has little impact on international relations. Major powers fail to agree on effective rulemaking in the key areas. Continued capital outflows from the global south and the relocalization of many internationally integrated production and supply chains are deepening socioeconomic inequalities. The political polarization is increasing both between and within states, which is followed by more elections of Trump-like leaders. The European Union does not find a common ground in important areas such as asylum and migration policy or energy policy. Due to the Belt and Road Initiative, China wields considerable influence in a number of EU countries. At the same time, the noticeable effects are felt more and more all over our continent. Now a more positive one, the second scenario. The pandemic changes power relations at the international level. The United States and China become entangled in their geopolitical and ideological antagonism, causing a loss of prestige and influence. The European Union is benefiting from this. Berlin plays a central role in this scenario. Germany invests in European cooperation and uses room for maneuver that results from the growing reservations about China and the United States. The European Union, together with like-minded states and international organizations, is succeeding in stabilizing the viable elements of the international order and developing new regulatory frameworks. So far, the two scenarios. I would like to come to closing remarks. Both scenarios are extreme scenarios, but for a political discussion, it's important to really shapen the floor and to sharpen the minds as well. The latter scenario has a bright future for the EU, the first one does not. What I wanted to show with those scenarios, that no matter what the world will look like after the pandemic, the European Union and therefore Germany have to play a bigger role in international politics. I believe that if we want a world which would we like to see to be changed, then we should be part of the changes. We should become creators. We should become shapers. We should be willing to help to change the world in a way where we would like to be comfortable with it. If not, we will be managed, we will be shaped. And this could not be the alternative. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. And thanks again for the kind invitation.
Thank you, Roderick. This was very interesting, pointing out the different scenarios. Now we'll come to our second guest. Nathan, please.
Thank you, Anya. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. And thank you for allowing me to be on this panel today. It's an honor to be here with my fellow panelists. And I'm very much enjoyed hearing Roderick's remarks and look forward to hearing the rest of the discussion. I should begin by saying that my comments will probably be biased because I'm an American, and Americans sometimes tend to see things a little bit differently, for better or for worse, oftentimes for worse. But I actually agreed with a lot of what Roderick said, but I'm going to break up my comments into three general thoughts. The first one is that, as Roderick alluded to, COVID has divided us even more. It's divided us internally and externally, and turned our attention inward. In the United States, even though President Trump is no longer president, we still remain a pretty divided country. These divisions existed before President Trump came in. I think it's fair to say that he exacerbated the divisions, but the divisions remain after he has left. And a lot of them pertain to COVID. Restrictions like masks, vaccines, social distancing, those have increasingly become political partisan issues. In fact, you can almost guarantee that if you go into a public place and people are wearing masks, they're probably Democrats. And if they're not wearing masks, they're probably Republicans. And if they haven't gotten their vaccines, almost certainly they're Republicans. And it's unfortunate that COVID and our response to COVID has kind of fallen prey to these political divisions, but it is just the nature of the beast. President Biden is doing pretty well in his handling of the virus. Most Americans support the way he has handled the virus. In a relatively recent poll, 66% of Americans supported his handling of the virus. But most of those, again, are going to be Democrats. And with the Delta variant and possible later variants, the likelihood of new restrictions coming back into effect is greater than ever. In fact, new restrictions have already started coming back into effect, and that has increased the political divisions in our country, as a lot of people, again, see this through a philosophical lens. Travel restrictions have also contributed to this greater division. Overall, travel has grinded to a halt. This is true in a personal and business travel, which means that we aren't spending time with each other like we used to. Now, on the positive side, technology such as Zoom and Big Blue Button and others allow us to meet virtually anywhere in the world at any time. And there's definitely an advantage to that. But the average American is not spending a lot of time Zooming with people in other countries, or even in people in other states. And so, again, the attention is kind of focused inward. In the United States, there's a much greater concern after COVID broke out in supply chain. And President Biden has made it a priority to protect the U.S. supply chain. And all of that contributes to a lesser dependence on other countries, our allies, and multilateral organizations. And then finally, in the United States, most Americans blame China for COVID. And there are some negative repercussions as a result of that. Number one is that it's led to increased hate crimes against Asian Americans. It's led to increased bias against Asian Americans. There is now a greater awareness of anti-Asian sentiment in the U.S., but the antipathy toward China as a result of COVID has led to a greater sense of alienation, I think, on the part of the United States. And this brings me to my second point, which is China. China has a path that at some points runs parallel with COVID, and at some points it intersects with COVID. It's parallel because even before COVID, China was on the rise. Roderick mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative, and you see Chinese presence all over the globe. It's almost impossible to go anywhere in Africa or South America and not see some form of Chinese presence and investments. On the individual level, there is a lot of wealth coming out of China. I used to represent, as part of my job, Caesars Casino, one of the largest casinos in Las Vegas. And I remember when they gave us a tour and took us to their high roller suite, virtually every person in there was Chinese. They had come from China to gamble in the United States. There's just a massive amount of wealth that's coming from China. China's also become the closest thing that the United States has now to an enemy. And most people would not say that word. They would say that China is a competitor. But some people, particularly on the right, would say that China has become an enemy. There's anger at the way China has dealt with human rights, the crackdown in Hong Kong, the threats China makes toward Taiwan. And there's a lot of anger that China will be hosting the next Winter Olympics. And all of that preceded COVID, but the idea that the COVID virus started in China has not helped U.S.-China relations. China, meanwhile, If you ask most Americans how China has handled the virus, most people would give them bad marks. But really, I think that's a sentiment about how China has handled it from an international scale. On a domestic scale, China has actually handled it pretty well. Finally, I think that with COVID, there's been a setback for multilateral institutions. The multilateral institutions have always been kind of a hot topic in the United States, but there's also always been a source of division. And in COVID, we faced a global pandemic, but we really didn't have any sort of global organized reaction. We had individual states reacting individually. And I think that in the end, people never saw a multilateral organization that was able to fill the role of providing relief from the virus. That's led to, I think, even a greater divide between the haves and the have-nots, and led to, I think, again, a further sense of inward focus and lesser sense of a communal and shared future. Now, all of that is a little bit pessimistic, so I'm just going to end on one optimistic note, which is that the world has faced what is perhaps the greatest global crisis of my lifetime. And generally speaking, everybody stepped up. Governments stepped up to issue public health advisories to get in front of the virus, be first out with information. Private industry stepped up, producing vaccines in a rapid schedule, as well as masks and protective equipment. And by and large, a lot of the countries with resources were able to help the countries with fewer resources. So while I think COVID has strained some of our traditional international cooperation, it still leaves me with a really good hope for our collective humanity.
Okay.
And with that, Anya, I'll turn it back over to you, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Thank you especially for giving the US perspective on the global situation and onto the division in your own country. That's very enlightening. So we're coming to the third guest. Mikolas, please, your statement.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm to be heard and seen because I'm currently in the process of traveling from Stockholm back to Prague. I mean, I was originally thinking about the talk about mainly regarding the COVID, but I think it is important to, in these days to say a little bit about the other aspects of the crisis. I mean, namely like the geopolitical tools. It today happened that Taliban armies entered Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, and so far I know currently the whole situation over there is quite chaotic and dangerous for a lot of people. I mean, like there were a lot of Western armies participating in Afghanistan during the last 20 years, namely like most of the NATO armies. And they were participating not only like in the fight, but really like in training the local security forces, reconstructing the country, and so on. And now, I mean, nowadays there are a lot of people who are very much relying on us, and now they quite stay in harsh danger. I mean, like here in Sweden, we have observed very same discussion that probably ongoes in many other countries like Germany, Czechia, other, like whether to take back on board those people who help us over there in Afghanistan or not. I mean, I strongly believe that we shall always keep in mind those people who worked with us, and we shall never ever left them behind. Unfortunately, I mean, in this situation, I feel it's unlikely that we will manage, because when I see individual reactions, individual nationalistic reaction of each of the government, I would bet that at the end of the day there will be at least one government. Which one, but there we are unlikely to succeed completely, and that means that at the end of the day there will be this shame I mean, yeah, we came to Afghanistan 20 years ago as like more or less coordinated forces of many different states. However, it turns out more and more that Europe shall here in this point act much more coordinatedly, because the outcome or the result or the shame will stay on all of us, which means we really need to get better coordination in the international affairs, and that doesn't mean just like the, let's say, military affairs, but also the civilian, like the asylum politics, migration politics, international trade, and so on, where we still do lack a lot of further step to improve our processes and to enhance the cooperation we currently have. I mean, the EU shall do definitely much more in that field, but despite like all the effort, most of the people do not talk that much about the processes that are behind. I mean, like the common foreign policy, it still works that way, that it's basically based on consensus, which means very rarely there is a decision reached and concluded that would actually have an influence to the outer world. So what I believe will have to be changed, or will have to be discussed, is the way how we are taking decisions to be much more flexible, much more efficient in the European, let's say, international affairs. And this discussion shall be started, and this discussion shall be held it has to be held by all the countries, because we will need to find a consensual decision, or take consensual decision, that such a thing is needed. I mean, this is regarding, let's say, the international affairs, which become more or less clear today. I think there is also like another field, maybe you would call it like economic cooperation, or industrial cooperation, or technological cooperation. I mean, COVID showed very good that we have this problem that on the, let's say, to react on these new threats of technological nature, we are very much acting nationalistic, and we are unable to tackle them properly. I mean, just an example, I remember during the time of the pandemic at the beginning, there was a lack of this machine ventilators to actually like help patients who had serious breathing problems. I know that there was a Czech university actually able to develop 3D printed machine ventilators. The only problem was that they were very much relying on certain type of valves and measurement devices that were only available in some other European countries, namely Germany. And as all the borders closed, immediately it became clear that kind of like we are lacking this, let's say, virtual supplies that we need to actually tackle the new nature of the threat. Another case could be like, well, borders were closed, so people were not allowed to move between the countries. But quite often it happened that I was a couple times contacted by Austrian hospitals who actually relied on Czech medical personnel traveling there every day from because it's not only discussing traditional like foreign policy or militaries and so on. We are talking here about really like all the systems that kind of like compose our industry. I mean, the supply chains have become so interconnected, interlinked, that if we have no, let's say, coordinated approach to this type of hybrid crisis, we are unable to tackle them as the answer said previously. So what will have to be done, and that has to be done mostly, or first of all on the European level, but also on the global scale, we really need to establish cooperation not only in the, let's say, traditional foreign policy fields, but really to go to deeper into the other parts of policies and interlink them so that we will be able to face the new threats that are coming now in this specific century. So much from them, from me. Sorry for the noise from the airport, and I'm looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mikolas. It was very interesting to hear you pointing out the social aspects and the dependency between trade, migration, and everything in the global world that is connected. So before we start with our direct discussion between us four, we will have a short break of just some minutes, and then we will begin again. I hope we have been timed out now for the break. Then Alex should join us now. I think he will be here in a minute. We have 5 topics we wanted to address with you. It is, we would begin with USA and the European Union. Then we would go over to Afghanistan, then Russia, Ukraine, Belarus. Ten, 9. Welcome back. We'll just begin with our discussion round. I have 3 guests. I will tell you the names again. This is Roderick Kiesewetter, Nathan Deschel, and Mikolas Peksa. Welcome again. So, we wanted to talk about the future multipolar world after Corona. Maybe let's start with US and European Union. What do you think has changed or will change now? Suggest as you want. We don't have to take any order or...
Well, Anya, I'll start. I think one of the things that has changed from the United States perspective is a it's sort of what I mentioned earlier, which is sort of a more inward focus. I don't really want to call it a separation from the rest of the world, but I think it's a little bit more of an inward focus, in the sense that the United States now, particularly after this crisis, feels like it needs to be able to take care of itself in any sort of future emergency or any sort of future crisis. And that means locking down our supply chain, which of course is going to impact the European Union already. And President Trump started this, but President Biden is continuing it. But obviously, it put tariffs on a lot of imports from the European Union. And I think what did sort of surprise me was how much President Biden continued that kind of worldview of President Trump. In that sense, that's one area where the two administrations, while diametrically opposed on other issues, were actually ended up being on the same page.
Yeah, I understand. What do you think, Roderick? What is about the US regarding with the European Union?
Yeah, very helpful what Nathan just mentioned. I believe that we Europeans are, in the time being, not able for a common European security and defense policy. We have named it this way, but there are too many peculiar and particular interests. Nevertheless, the overarching aim of us European Union member states must be that we are attractive for the United States government and the United States population to cooperate, to visit Europe for the population, to be interested in investment inside Europe, but also to attract European investment in the United States. We need to better dovetail our cooperation. In the past 4 years, Germany was, it was enough for our political elite to debate how bad Trump might be for the United States, but we never thought about how to improve the relationship, how to gain a common ground for common action, for example, in Africa against China. And what, in my point of view, is also very important, that we name some developments inside the European Union, especially from France and the Brexit, that France is trying with President Macron to gain something like a European sovereignty, a European autonomy, a European independence. But from what? So it's also a power game between France and some other countries inside the European Union who will take over the leadership if Angela Merkel is not in office any longer. And the idea to open the nuclear smallest umbrella of France for a cooperation with other European countries is only a question of how to finance the nuclear umbrella of France, but not whether France is able and capable to protect Europe by nuclear means. So this is no alternative, and this was a wrong debate. As regards Brexit, it shows the weakness of the European Union, the unanimous votes, also the challenges from Poland and Hungary. So we are far away in the European Union from the people. The Commission is not controlled effectively. The Parliament is not a parliament accepted by our constitutional court, because they see this Parliament is not elected by equal elections, because the vote in Germany is less, has a smaller value than a vote of Malta or Luxembourg, and so on. So what we see now is that we have not used the 4 years under Trump to reshuffle and refurbish the European house. And we cannot define Europe against something. We need against Trump, for example. So to put it very short and brief, there is no alternative for transatlantic cooperation in security, in military field, in the question how to cope with China, and how to shape, to help to shape the future of Africa, that this country is not becoming the toolbox for China or the resources minery for China. So all in all, I believe we need to revitalize the transatlantic partnership. And my last remark, and Nathan, you have mentioned it. America is divided. We now have the chance within the next 4 years with Biden to convince the American public that it is better to cooperate with Europe than to be self-sustaining. And Biden needs some added value from the cooperation with Europe. So we need to help the Biden administration that he can advertise the necessity of a transatlantic cooperation. Otherwise, Europe will be isolated in the future or will be separated from Russia, from Turkey, from Arab, from the Gulf, from China. So I see no alternative than a better and improved and modernized transatlantic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mikolas, what do you think about that? What would you like to add? Maybe something about the nuclear thematics or the transatlantic ones?
Very much. I mean, like, it was really interesting to hear, and especially thanks to Nathan for this comment regarding, let's say, more inwards focused priorities, the US policy. I mean, like, from what I think, during Trump's 4 year, like the most crucial moment that mostly influenced relations with Europe was actually the day of 6th of January of this year, because that was the day of those unfamous incidents in the Capitol Hill. I mean, we have observed that from Europe, and that was really like this. The things we have seen were actually something we have never seen before and never thought before. I mean, we have been used for last decades to actually count on the US to be a beacon of democracy and guarantor of European security. This 6th of January shaped this perception quite widely, because it wasn't successful what was attempted. However, the question I mean, like, I don't want to think that out, but the thing I'm pretty sure about is that now we have for sure 3 years of Biden's presidency, where we can count on the stability in the transatlantic alliance. However, I mean, like, your Republican officials. Now I'm talking earlier like about Republican. Making statements like Estonia to be just suburb of St. Petersburg and things like that. I mean, it's not really easy to hear such statements when you live in the Eastern Europe, especially the country that was 40 years under Soviet occupation. So I think what is needed, and Roderick already mentioned that in his contribution, we really need to reshuffle the European House. I mean, like, it's for sure important to, let's say, revitalize the transatlantic bond. But at that point, we really need to look in the US, and we really need to realize that this is a divided society, and we really need to realize that the Trump-like leaders could not be only like exception, but it could become something like rule. And in that case, Europe has to be ready to take care of itself.
You're absolutely right. So if we think about Europe and then we go into far more east, let's talk about Afghanistan. What is your opinion regarding what will happen now in the aftermath of the crisis? And if you look at the military options, what do you think, Mikolas?
Well, it is hard to talk about the military options because we have been there, like, it's almost like 20 years. 20 years we have controlled the army, the country, and at least since the last week, we have believed that actually Afghani army is the strongest one in the country with the best equipment and best training we have provided for during that 20 years. It seems so that somehow the the defense we have counted on was not as strong as we expected. And now the question is how to actually like prevent that from repeating. I mean, like, it's probably not that problematic to conquer a country. The problem is to actually keep there and like rule it, if you don't mind this word. I mean, there is a huge problem of Afghanistan. We have seen that for those 2 decades, large shares of the country were controlled by local warlords living from, let's say, criminal or illegal activities. I mean, it's publicly known that Afghanistan was, over those 2 decades, big source of opium for basically the whole European market. I mean, like, the whole illegal shipment of narcotics to Europe were mainly driven by Afghani production. That was publicly known, and I mean, we have not been able to actually tackle this issue over the time. Hardly we can. I mean, like, the illegal activities are easily to finance, because what we do by our current policies regarding narcotics in Europe is that we make them illegal, and that makes them scarce and therefore expensive. I mean, current settings inevitably leads to the situation that those warlords have almost like huge sources of money for financing their armies, and we are doing like a specific job to actually defeat them, because they can always reinforce. I mean, what is to be needed, or what is needed to be done to prevent case like this one in future, is to really get control over those supply chains. I mean, we can 1,000 times condemn someone producing the narcotics, but if it's the only way how it is shipped to the, let's say, consumers, then the consumers will pay to them and support the criminal networks. So what we do need to change is definitely to change this war on drugs. I mean, like, we need to find a way how to get, let's say, the consumers on our side, to get them, let's say, under let's say, state control, to be able to admit that there is a problem with drugs, and get them cooperating with us rather than with those criminals who are being financed. So much to the Afghanistan. Sorry for that. It's a topic I think we have to stress, because a lot of our soldiers actually died in this war that could not be won, because we actually finance our enemies.
Thank you very much. Now I'm very curious about the perspective of the USA. Nathan, please.
Well, thank you. I think Nicholas's comments were spot on. This, I think that the United States government overestimated the capabilities of the Afghan military to defend itself. I think that much is obvious. The Taliban's ascent has, while not a total surprise, the rapid nature of how quickly the Taliban has taken over and taken control over parts of this country, I think has caught a lot of people by surprise. What most people are saying is that the U.S. will have to close its embassy before the end of the month. And that's just going to be a radical shift from where we were before. I don't think anyone wants to be in a position where we no longer have diplomatic relations with a country of such significance like Afghanistan. I think Nicholas is right about the difficulty of the mission to begin with. It was a very difficult mission, and I think President Biden and his advisors felt that that it was not something that was going to be sustainable for much longer. I don't think this is the outcome that they wanted, but I think they thought they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, between two very bad options, and tried to choose the lesser of the two. We'll see how it plays out, but I think from the very beginning, this was a very difficult mission, and I think the United States eventually realized that they had probably had nothing more that they could gain by having a significant military presence in Afghanistan.
Yeah, you're right. So what would you like to add, Roderick?
I really share both views from Nathan and from Mikuláš, also his wise comment on the drug affair. Well, I would like to draw upon a little bit on the consequences for the future. I believe it is an incredible loss of trust into the West, what now is happening in the region. To leave Afghanistan prior to the commitments of Petersburg 2011, where the 44 nations agreed on a development to unfold engagement until at least 2024 to give Afghanistan the chance to become a normal development country, this all was now in vain. Second, as regards the German contribution together with 18 fellow countries, our mistake was that we had two wrong narratives. Our first wrong narrative was it is a peaceful build-up. It was only, or seemed to be, a peaceful build-up in the north because it was a calm region. It was the Northern Alliance. But the population there was under pressure from warlords, and we did not recognize that. But we promulgated in our public, it's a peaceful reconstitution, something like that. The second narrative was the German soldiers must not accompany their fellow soldiers from the Afghan army into the deployment, into the military engagement. So we trained them, but we, by order of the government and the parliament, were not allowed to advise them during the fight, which created also high losses amongst the Afghan National Army and others. Third, the change by the end of the last decade in Afghanistan came too late. We needed earlier to include the Taliban. And I'm not a defender or advocate of the Taliban, but the Taliban are very rough against corruption. They are also corrupt regarding their finance. They are financed. They are financed by drug consumption or drug poppy fields and so on, poppy agriculture, opium. But they fight against corruption, and the population has no trust in their own government and has fear from the Afghans, so they are completely in between. The result will be those who can will leave the countries, the others will arrange. And the scapegoats are the children and the women and the young girls. The consequence now will be that some can go to Canada, Australia, where they have relatives, and because of their migration policy to include families and skilled workers and so on. But the majority who will flee will go via Iran, Turkey to Europe. And we are not prepared for that. And I see now by the end of this year, we will have in Europe a new wave of migrants, and we will not be able to cope with it. And now there is a competition. We will see a competition of narratives, the competition of climate change and decarbonization, the narrative of investing more money for retired people, so the social question inside, for example, my country. And third, the revival of migration to our borders and to how should I explain that? The chance of some warlords and also some countries like some leaders like Erdogan to bring the European Union under pressure, under constant pressure by simultaneous aggressions in the meaning of pressure by migration, pressure by migrants also via Belarus, by hybrid warfare from Russia. And I see us not prepared. we in Germany in this election campaign debate about the books of Baerbock, the laughter of Laschet, the pressure of the SPD party leaders on Scholz, but we really do not debate the real things, the pressing topics. So we will wake up in October in Germany in a new world, and we will need a government which is very honest. The same goes with the European Union. I believe that the Commission is not prepared for that because the member states have different interests. So we need to strengthen Frontex. We need to support Greece. We need to negotiate with Turkey right now. And I see not the willingness, I see not the capability, but what I do see, and there I'm a very optimistic man, but there I'm pessimist. I do not see the preparations for that. We need now to keep our household clear, and we need to do this now. We need to start by tomorrow. And this is not the case, unfortunately. So I presented the less optimistic, or at least the worst contribution now to this topic. Thank you so far.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you very much, Roderick. Speaking about the pressure, dependencies, and relationships, maybe you mentioned it already, Russia. What do you think about Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and the current scope we're having?
Well, the current Belarus government will be replaced by a figure which is dominated from Russia. So probably by the end of this year, the president of Belarus will have another name. Second, as regards Russia, they are faced with strong challenges regarding COVID, the pandemics. So he needs some successes. He needs success, for example, in the question of the eastern Ukraine. So could be that the military pressure there will be increased. Furthermore, they will send thousands of migrants via Belarus to the European Union, to Estonia, Latvia, and so on. I believe that Putin will exploit this weakness. He will also exploit the weakness of a German government to come. So I hope that Macron and Draghi and also the Czech Republic and Poland see this challenge and try to mitigate the gap. I really hope that we find a way out of the deadlock the European Union is, especially with Poland and Hungary, regarding freedom of law, the justice, and so on. We need to overcome this very, very soon. We need the European Task Force for Border Protection in the Baltics, as well as we need the European Task Force for Border Protection in Bulgaria, Romania, Greece, and in Italy. In Ukraine, we are also faced with a country which is separated, which is split, where corruption is taking place, where the expectations towards the new president are very high. He's trying to cope with it, but the deficiencies to fulfill the Minsk agreement are not yet healed. So Russia is not a very strong country as regards economic economic innovations, but due to the fact that the oil prices, the gas prices are raising, they will earn a lot of foreign valuta, so that they are able to finance their armed forces, to finance also the war in Syria and in Libya. I see that Russia sees the chance now, also by a better cooperation with Turkey, to keep the pressure on Europe, on the European Union, not only from Libya, but also as regards migration from Turkey and over Belarus to the European Union.
Okay, thank you. Mikuláš, what are your thoughts on this relationship with Russia?
Well, honestly, very strong. I mean, like this is a topic that is being perceived quite differently in different parts of Europe. I mean, like generally in the Eastern Europe, there is growing awareness of this the threat coming from Russia, I mean, it was mentioned here. I mean, like the interference within Belarus. To be honest, I don't consider Belarus like independent state of Russia. I mean, I consider the Belarus administration more or less just like following Russian orders, or the Putin orders, to be precise. It's always better to talk about Putin and his regime, rather because not each and every single Russian is responsible for running this organization. However, when it comes to Europe, we have seen a lot of Russian activities directly on the European soil. I mean, we are talking about this sabotage of few facilities in Europe, like Verbetice ammunition store. We are talking about murder attempts about Sergei Skripal and other people that crossed the way for the Russian regime. So we are clearly in quite a dangerous situation, and what we need here is desperately like the European unity. I mean, we really need to have, let's say, strong support for the countries that are on the frontier and who are facing the most imminent threat, like the Baltics or the other Eastern European state. Of course, I absolutely understand that it's not always easy, because within those countries there are forces or elements who quite often cooperate directly with the Russian regime. I mean, it's usually these are individuals or some political parties, but they are open to that type of cooperation, and they can endanger Europe in various senses. What was mentioned here, and I think it is also or should be also a matter of general strategy, are the energies. I mean, current Russian regime is very much dependent of export of energies. I mean, oil, gas, nuclear fuel, and so on, to Europe, and it misuses that politically. What is definitely needed is, let's say, a more European strategic autonomy in the field of energy production. We should be able to produce energy. We should have a common market with energy, so that the countries who are directly in the frontier would not rely just on the supplies from Russia, but would feel really part of the whole family, including having stable resources. I mean, most unfortunately, this is not really the direction in which our energy infrastructure would evolve. I mean, we are still building a lot of gas projects. In this, let's say, German context, I would gladly name the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. These are examples that actually increase our dependency of Russia and Russian Putin's capacity to actually divide us using those economical tools. So I will strongly recommend to, let's say, focus on our own sources of energy. We shall do this transition for many reasons. The geopolitical independence is just one of them. I mean, we all talk about climate change, and this is something we will which would itself justify revolution in the energy production. However, in this sense, it is a matter of strategic autonomy, and we shall work on that to become autonomous and independent of Russia.
Yes, thank you very much. Nathan, with a bit more distance to Russia, what is your point of view regarding the relationship?
Thank you. I really appreciated the comments of both Roderick and Nicholas. One of the things that makes foreign policy difficult in the United States is that most Americans don't really think too much about what's happening over in Europe and other parts of the world. And I don't say that as a good thing. I think it's a bad thing, but it is just a thing that exists. In fact, my background is largely in campaigns. And most people know that when Americans vote for president, they almost never take foreign policy into account. And so what that means is that there are some who are focused on this, who are focused on Ukraine and Russia. And I would say those who are very worried about Russia's aggression in Ukraine. But they're also very worried about the corruption in Ukraine. And I think that they would like to see Ukraine become a self-sufficient country, independent of Russia, westward leaning, more integrated with Europe. But there is some concern about the level of corruption there and about the current leadership. This played out in an interesting way with, as Miklas mentioned, Nord Stream 2 pipeline. As you probably know, most of the people who were focused on this issue and aware of this issue were opposed to this pipeline. They didn't want to see Russia gaining what they saw as gaining influence in Europe. President Biden ended up rolling back the sanctions on this pipeline, I think in large part because he didn't want to do any damage to our ally in Germany. And I think he wanted to, I think he realized that the pipeline would probably go ahead anyway. And so further opposition was not going to slow it down. So nominally, he remained opposed to it. But removing the sanctions, I think, was sort of the last straw in U.S. opposition to the pipeline. Others, even in the Democratic Party, others disagreed with his decision and wished that he had kept the sanctions in place. But I think President Biden, by and large, looked at the needs of our allies and looked at what the U.S. could do and acquiesced to what he thought was an inevitable future.
Thank you very much. Nathan, you already mentioned in the first statement the connection with China. What do you think about what they're planning to do in Taiwan? How are you concerned about this now in the aftermath of the crisis? What will happen, what might happen, or what needs to be done?
Well, I'm very concerned about Taiwan, and I should state just out of transparency that Taiwan, the government of Taiwan is one of the clients of my firm. So we work with them pretty closely. We also work with the government of Japan and a protest group in Hong Kong called Stand for Hong Kong, which you might have heard of. So we have clients who are kind of on one side of this issue, but it's where we would be anyway. I'm very concerned about China. It's not just Taiwan. I think the crackdown in Hong Kong, in some ways, I think is a very bad omen for what could happen in Taiwan. The rest of the world thought that we had an agreement over how Hong Kong would transition. China really accelerated that, I guess to put it nicely, and really caught the world by surprise, but did so with impunity. There's, and I'll tell you that in the United States, there is, as I mentioned in opening comments, there is a very growing anti-China sentiment. Both parties would agree. I think both political parties would agree that China is our number one foreign policy challenge. But where you see a difference is that the Democrats more often would say the answer lies in engaging with China, whereas the Republicans more often will say the answer lies in directly confronting China. And I think that you will see multiple Republicans who run for president in 2024, largely on an anti-China platform. There are Republican senators who clearly think they can carve out a space for themselves in the Republican Party by taking on China. Senator Rick Scott from Florida has been one of the leaders. He has made a really big issue over Beijing's hosting of the Winter Olympics. but kind of issues on China across the board. I think there's a feeling that because China's hosting the Olympics, that they won't make any major moves before the Winter Olympics, because there is already such a worldwide effort to move the Olympics out of Beijing or to boycott the Olympics, neither of which I think will happen. But there's a movement afoot, and I think China thinks that if it does anything too aggressive before then, it's only going to exacerbate the calls to move the Olympics. But I'm worried about what happens after the Olympics, when China doesn't have anything else where they need the world's acceptance. And as I mentioned, I think what's going on in Hong Kong is a really bad omen. China has made it very clear that they want control over Taiwan. They think Taiwan belongs to them, and they've seen that they can crack down in Hong Kong with impunity, and I'm afraid that they'll think they can do the same in Taiwan.
Okay, thank you very much. Roderick, we always hear when we're talking about China, it's complicated when we think of microchips, when we think of the mass surveillance or trade partnerships. What is your opinion on that?
Oh, well, I see that China has become a strong competitor, and he's not copying any longer. They are trying to steal knowledge, but they are also developing knowledge, and we should not underestimate this. And Nathan, I'm very grateful to you for your assessment on China. I completely share this. And I would add, as regards the Uyghurs, Hong Kong, Tibet, Taiwan, we have a choice. And the choice is, do we further cooperate with China if they include or insert Taiwan into their realm, into their empire? I'm in fear that we would accept this by the argument of keeping the employment high, to keep our investment in China and so on. If we are not able to build up sufficient resilience, we will not withstand, will not be able to fight against, mentally against the annexation of Taiwan, which will come in the next years. So the breaking point, or the turnaround point, was Hong Kong. We have accepted the treatment of Tibet, the treatment of Uyghurs, the social surveillance and so on. But as regards Hong Kong, the arguments of for example, the German industry have been that it is necessary to stay there, that we need the investments there, that the cash flow and also the return on invest in China is so of high importance that they cannot afford to skip any relationship with China. We have had a very hard debate inside our caucus about the 5G issue. And we have talked also with our chancellor about the issue, how should we handle the 5G Huawei CTE issue in creating a European resilience or a European 5G pillar. And the idea of the chancellery is that we cannot avoid cooperation with China, therefore we should join them and cooperate also in the future. We are not a small minority. I think we are a rising minority in our parliament who sees this critical. And I would like to close with the following idea. The future of Europe, I do not believe the future of the United States, you are strong enough, but the future of Europe will be decided in Africa. And the competition with China will not be a direct one, it will an indirect one in Africa. The Chinese government sees the development of demography, and in Africa, the population will double within the next 30 years to 2.5 billion people, and will nearly quadruple to 4 billion people by the end of this century. In Europe, we will stay with 500 million. And the idea to create a market for Chinese products and to create factories for the Chinese market in Africa is really the moving factor of the Chinese engagement. So they could double their market if they succeeded in their investments in China. So I see in this context the need for a European and transatlantic effort to defend the value-based international order. And this defense of the value-based international order would mean at the end that we might lose our investments in China. But if we do not do this, how should we convince African countries to cooperate with Europe if we are not willing to defend our freedom as well? So if they see that the rule-based international order is weak and if is not able to withstand an aggressor like China in this context, why should they cooperate with weak people? They will then continue their cooperation with Africa. This as a final thought to this topic from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you're saying it's all about the strength. Mikolas, what is your thought on that?
I think I will have to admit there is a certain aspect I admire on the current Chinese government, and that's the fact that they pretty much understood what is this all about. I mean, they understood that this ongoing technological revolution we see around us is about the data. I mean, about those who will control the data flows across this planet. And I mean, like, more and more importantly, like in many fields, like in marketing, industry, health, whatsoever, military, you think about. It's important to collect the data. It's important to have technologies for processing of data and so on. Most unfortunately, the current Chinese government, they really like use these tools to actually create a modern dystopian technological dictatorship. That's what they have created. I mean, like, it is China is being referred as a communist country by name. In fact, this is absolutely new type of system because what is available to Chinese Communist Party was never available to any other communist party in the former Eastern Bloc. What we have seen in the Soviet Union. I mean, the Soviets were never ever able to collect so many data about their population and to run the central economy planned so detailed, like efficiently or largely as the current Chinese government is able to. And I mean, like, there is a perpetual struggle because the Chinese government, they are developing those technologies, selling those technologies across the world, and expanding in the data space. So now we found ourselves directly in the middle of, let's say, struggle for data control over basically the whole planet, because there are no borders in the internet. So if Chinese government decides to misuse the internet as it is, it will not stop just on some border where we would like to expand.
Mikolas, are you having some connection problems
A
currently?
systemic.
Yeah.
I hope it works.
Now
Finally.
it works again here.
Super. This is kind of like systemic conflict, because what the Chinese do, that they collect the data to one single heap in the centralized way, and then they process it. I mean, accidentally, we in Europe have somehow managed to choose the opposite way. I mean, like, we are more or less developing decentralized systems, which are in fact kind of like more efficient and by design are capable to actually ensure our freedom, fundamental rights for our citizens right much better than the centralized solution. However, now we are really like in the middle of struggle for who will control the digital markets, who will like promotes own technologies, and there we really need to keep our, let's say, values, keep our guidelines that we have for doing it, and develop on them. I mean, like, we shall strive for decentralized solution to be available. We shall strive for open source solution, and so on. Because what we do see, even if when we go for those centralized solution, whatever it is, like databases for our like medical data or whatsoever, if they are centrally organized, it is quite easy sector basically like overtaking the centralized systems we have developed, while like the China is same time like developing their own system, deploying them in areas like Tibet or Xinjiang to actually control the local population. But the tools they have developed, they are proactively exporting to other countries like Vietnam and the African countries. So what is desperately needed is to use those guidelines like GDPR or free licensing of software, to actually strengthen our technological base, and to be able to expand it to other countries. So basically the data in Africa, in Asia, in those developing markets will be processed in more secure, encrypted and democratic way than it is happening in China. Because should we lose this data advantage we currently have, then we are doomed, and we will not be able to face technologically the threat that is appearing in front of us.
Okay, thank you very much. There's one country we wanted to talk about as the last topic for today. It's often overseen, it seems. It is about India. Maybe, Mikolas, you want to start with your opinion on that country?
Yeah, and that's complicated. I mean, like India is by name the biggest democracy, and I see it as a sort of like counterbalance for China. I mean, like by a lot of geopolitical aspects, it actually is. I mean, like they share the border in Himalaya mountains. They have conflictive kind of like spheres of influence in Asia. So India is actually a country that can challenge this Chinese dominance that's appearing in the Asia. However, where we have actually failed so far was to really like create strong ties, strong connections from Europe and from the US to India, and to really ally it with ours and with our values, namely that like we need to work together on the freedom of speech in the internet, on the privacy protection, and those values that actually makes our civilization distinctive from what is currently being evolving in China. And I believe India is very much close to us on that issues, and we shall use this opportunity. It's just a matter of like that we need to want to do it.
Okay, thank you. Nathan, what are your thoughts on India?
Well, I agree with Mikolas on both counts. I think that India has a renewed strategic importance because of its geopolitical location and because of its potential to be a counterweight to China. I also agree that, at least as far as the United States goes, that we probably have not done enough to forge the alliance there with India that we need to do. India is the second largest country, the largest democracy, and a country that I think is only going to grow in strategic importance. There's been a concern amongst those who are following what's happening in India about the rightward shift in recent years, and some of the decisions of Prime Minister Modi, some people consider to be anti-democratic decisions. But hopefully with greater engagement between the US and Europe and India, we can make that trajectory be in a way that's consistent with our values and also still form the strategic alliance that I think we want and need to form.
Thank you very much. And Roderick, please.
Yeah, thank you. I would align myself with Mikuláš and Nathan. Just a further thought. I believe really that India is a little bit the neglected partner in the Far East from the European perspective. We are focused on China, on Japan. What we could enhance is a better or improved relationship not only between the European Union and India, but we should try to create some summits, for example, with the Asian and EU countries, or with our like-minded partners. We call them partners of multilateralism, that we create a forum where we better exchange not only on the economic side, but on the political and on the scientific side as regards climate change or ocean security, national resources, and so on. We should not underestimate the tensions inside the Indian society, and we should also not underestimate the very critical climate for investment for Western enterprises. It's a question of tax law and so on. So probably it will be helpful to create common fora, not only to talk, this might be too weak, but also to create a common agenda as regards free sea lines of communication and so on. Thank you so far.
Thank you very much. And this was our last topic. I'm very grateful that you've been my guests today. It was very interesting having your different perspectives on this global thematics. Now, if you want, you can give us your closing statements. Maybe you want to start, Roderick?
Yeah, first of all, my gratitude to you and for the perfect organization. And thanks for the very good ideas I could learn from Mikuláš and Nathan. This was really a pleasure for me. As regards the topic itself, I believe that we will be in a decade of change, not only due to the climate questions, but due to demographic and security policy changes and challenges. You have selected very interesting areas of this world and very interesting topics. The question is, how can we convince our citizens that they do not block, that they do not look only inside their own countries, but that they are able and willing to take part into these international developments? Because we need, I see it as a little bit as a rectangle. We have foreign and domestic security. We have social security and social fairness, as well as economic competitiveness. These four pillars should be brought together to be able to carry a roof. Otherwise, if we only focus on the social dimension or the domestic dimension, the economic or foreign policy dimension, we will neglect other actors and other tensions and ideas and trends in the world. A country like China is organized so well and has millions of people who take care about different regions of the world. It's a law and order and very scientific organized society. So they have also learned how to suppress freedom of movement and freedom of minds. We are a little bit black-eyed walking through the world, and we need to better organize ourselves to improve our freedom. Thank you so much, and I'm grateful for this invitation.
Thank you very much. Mikuláš, your closing statement, please.
Thank you so much. Really, thank you so much for the invitation. I do not hesitate. I have to participating from the airport, so I hope the disturbances were not great and I was to be heard. I'm really happy to get those inputs from both of my colleagues, both Roderick and Nathan, because it was really interesting, and I'm happy that we kind of like shared this insight. I mean, obviously there is a lot of work in front of us by means of reorganizing the ways how we do or run our countries or our international organizations, how we do politics. And there is relatively few time to explain those changes to our citizens and to get the support for those changes, because that will be inevitable. I mean, like, we can talk about it, but the citizen support and citizens vote is quite important in this process, and therefore I'm really grateful for having this opportunity to talk, especially talk for let's say our followers on the internet, because it's important to spread those information farther on. So thanks for your attention and for the invitation.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Nathan, please.
Thank you, Anya. Well, let me thank you again for hosting this panel discussion today, and thank my colleagues on the panel. And I would like to extend an open invitation. If anyone makes their way to Washington, D.C., please give me a call, and I'd love to meet you out for coffee or a drink and continue the discussion. But until then, I think that as I mentioned at the close of my opening statements, the COVID virus and our reaction to COVID virus has in many ways given me even greater hope for humanity. I think that collectively we responded to it, something that was unprecedented and unexpected, and for which we had no prior plans. I think we overall responded fairly well. And as I mentioned, many of the countries that have been able to produce the vaccines have been able to donate those to the countries that haven't. And so all of that gives me optimism. I do agree with both of my colleagues that there is a greater need for cooperation going forward. And I think that there's still a little bit of groundwork we need to do, at least in the United States, and I'll speak only about the United States. There's a little bit of groundwork that we need to do in the United States to remind people of the importance of international cooperation and the importance of having a shared destiny. And I think that conversations like this can go a long way toward making all of that a reality. But what I hope is that we all realize that our destinies are collectively intertwined. We can gain more by cooperating and engaging with each other. And I hope that we can build the institutions we need that we can trust and that support that type of multilateral engagement.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you all here. So this was our last panel, not only for today, but for the whole Pirate Party Security Conference 2021. Thank you very much for your attention. We hope you enjoyed the 2 days with us and all panels. Everything will be available later on our website and online on our homepage. It was a pleasure to be your host. I hope to see you again in the next year. And now to Alex Kohler for the closing speech.
Thank you all for participating here at this conference. And the main focus is to raise awareness about the international problems we are facing now, and it's becoming more and more difficult to find solutions for that. And the world is changing, and we need to prepare more. Therefore, I and my colleagues do this job here on a yeah, special level, and I thank all the people in the background, especially Sebastian. He runs the technical stuff nearly alone, and yeah, I'm happy to find with this last panel maybe something we can build up some interesting, yeah, and good solutions. Thank you for all, and yeah, the conference is now closed, and we see us next year in February, mid of February in Munich, I hope, real life. Thank you.